Yeah, what? You were? I mean, I'm flattered. Why? Hi, Laura. How are you? Make me blush right there. Like, the fuck? Why though? King Ultron, hi. Welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? It's been indeed a while. Indeed a while. I hope you're good. Both of you. I'm sorry, I'm just, as always, late and spamming the Discord servers. All that. You're putting a presentation about UX. That's interesting. It is. I mean, not gonna say it is the most, but it's kinda close to the most annoying thing to do, I think. Creating presentations about the work. Doing the work is fine, right? But yeah, Jed, thanks a lot for the kind message, as always. I hope you're good. I mean, I know you're good, because I saw you in Cat Thing earlier, but Cat Thing? Cat Miss Cat Dame myself. Cat Chat. That took me a while. Okay. What types of the fuck is that? Sorry, my bad. Ads. I mean, I take these. That's pretty clean. That is pretty clean. What the... What types of microphone are you looking for? Right? XLR mic, non-XLR mic. I mean, non-XLR is just USB anyways. I am so unprepared today. I just started the stream, like, plugged the thing. And for what specific use cases? If it's for stream, then I can recommend some stuff. If it's not for stream, I can also recommend some stuff, but not as much. I mean, right. And welcome back from the ads, Laura, as well. Today we are in a weird ass outfit. It's cold outside. Okay, so one of my top most recommendation for streaming now is this is not a good idea. And even though, right, it looks good, kinda, on stream and on meetings and all that, they are great. The Wave mics are amazing for the price, the software, and the ease of use. That's what I would say. And like I think they are like $100 now, kinda $120. I don't remember. For the price, that you can't really beat them. The Wave XLR, I don't know. I have never tried it. I'm not an XLR type of mic type of person, because I don't like to have like one more thing to go into the PC. I do prefer personally, for ease of use, just having a fucking USB cable going from the mic to the PC, and that's it. XLR having to go into an interface, and then the interface to the PC is just like one more thing that can break. So the least amount of in between, the better for me. However, the thing that I'm highly tempted to do, or have been highly tempted to do, with an XLR mic is to get a shotgun mic rather than a than any other kind of XLR. So getting something that can be out of the frame. So basically something that would be around here, right? Like a pole that comes from behind the camera that is just above me, and that just captures the sound. The main issue with these is that if I do this, the ability to get some filters on top of it, like noise cancelling and all that, is a bit more limited, but also overall the experience for you and for the viewer are way more interesting because you don't have a mic visible and you can move your arms. Right now I need to be careful about the fucking arm, even though this one is the low profile, but I need to be careful about this placement and all that. So yeah, it is all that. Jeff, hi. Yes, indeed. Yeah, so some of the recommendation that we have for mics right now are the Shure MV7. Yes, the MV7, which is the one that has the XLR and the USB option, meaning that right now you can like get the USB option as a starter, and then when you have an interface, XLR interface, then you can upgrade. Or if you already have like an XLR interface, do that. However, if your main thing is Discord, game chat, potentially stream, the benefits of XLR are inexistent. The main reason why we want XLR is when we want to record vocals. So unless you are a singing streamer, right? Other than that, there is no need to go XLR unless if you just have money to spend. If that's the case, buy the expensive shit. But other than that, it's kind of useless. I wouldn't recommend an XLR system unless you just have the money and you need the voice-based singing thing. But yeah, I mean, Amazon 38% off. What's the price that you have? Because the MV7 is like 250 on a regular day. So if it's like 240, it's not 38. Right? We never know with Amazon at this point. And Roa, that's kind of fun because I was on PodPod channel earlier, and I was like, that's not plugged in. That doesn't help. Let's see, does that work as a plugged in option? Can you go through? Yes. Yeah. But you said we have the same hair color. I haven't seen your face in a bit. And you are live right now. How the fuck are you live right now? I don't even know if you can hear me now. Maybe you can. Maybe there is some delay. But you said the same hair color? I can't see the same hair color. I mean, not from here. Anywho. So let me read that. You said I'm buying an expensive Oh yeah, no, don't buy the SM7B. It's overpriced. Anyway, buy the MV7, which is the other one, the sister mic. It's the same capsule in a smaller package with a bit less footprint. It's a tad bit smaller, and you get two options. You have a mute options here on the top, which is a touch, if I remember correctly, a touch value thingy. It's pretty good, and yeah, I do like it better. But the SM7B is just overpriced and overhyped for what it is. It's not. It's not great. Jeff, this is the August overlay, or it was the or September overlay. But yeah, I changed the background, so now it's a bit of a wavy, hashed colored type thingy. We still have our trusty swap, but yeah, we like these. We like these. You see, Behringer C2. Yeah. I know. I have like so I have ads every 30 seconds, every 10 minutes for 30 seconds. We felt like it's an annoying break, but also it's less annoying if we are in a conversation. So I know it's a lot of ads every 10 minutes, right? I mean, per hour is like 6 30-second breaks or 5 30-second breaks per hours, which are a lot, I know. But the break of 30 seconds being so fast means that if I'm saying something and you get an ad and then you come back, I just need to repeat the last minute, basically, rather than if it was like a 3 minutes break. That's not. It is a gimmick. It is basically a gimmick. It's useless. Some people like the dark mode better. Some people like the light mode better. I like the light mode because I think it's pretty interesting. But it's a thing that I've been doing since I started to create overlay for myself, having like at least two options, dark mode, light mode, and I kept it. And I think I'm one of the only people that have this option. I thought about doing other like themes at some point, and I looked at how to do that, but it seems to be more complicated than expected. But it could happen. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, true UI UX designer for sure, for sure. For my recommendations every time, I mean, I'm looking at Podcast Stage because he good, he great. Everything he recommends most of the time is I mean, I agree with most of his analysis on the videos and the reviews, but right, like these things are more or less to be checked by you and see how that sounds to you. And remember that the way that you sound with the mic that you buy is like, how can I say that? Yeah. Basically, basically, if I buy a mic and I plug it to my PC and I listen to how it sounds, it will sound as good as my headphone can make it sound. So depending on the headphones that you have, it will sound different. The video that you're looking on YouTube for review sound as good as your headphones or speakers, so that's also a limitation. And then on the other end, Twitch has a lot of compression, so that's why I'm not recommending XLR mics ever anyways, because just kind of useless at this price point. And then same thing on the other person watching the stream. So right now you might be watching the stream through an iPhone with AirPods. I don't know. You may have one of these and listening with these, and the sound is good, but it's not the greatest thing, and the compression is also like added on top of the Twitch compression. So if you are streaming, or if you're using the mic specifically for Discord, there is no need to get like a fancy thing. Some of the best recommendation have been, I don't know if I have it here, the Rode Video Micro, the one that you can plug into a camera or like directly into a PC. These are like basically jack plugged, and Jeff, why would you want like a vote on the dark mode? That's a question to you. But there is that. The thing is, right, as you said, different mic will bring different qualities, tonalities of voice. But most mics in the USB department with an EQ will sound the same, or you will have the ability to make them sound the same. If you haven't seen the video from now Senpai Gaming, but I guess yeah, it's the one that I recommend every time. I'm trying to find it somewhere, somehow. Might be in the gear thing. So on Discord we have like a channel with gears where we share things about like mics and camera and whatever. But there is a specific video which I, as always, right, because every time we talked about it I can't find the thing. But there is a very specific video from Harisello Senpai Gaming thing that just showcase how to EQ your mic to make it sound good, and it's a great video overall. I think it's either in the resource or somewhere else, but it's somewhere in there for sure. And it's all you need. Like, you don't need more than that. You just need a fucking EQ. If you have like a wave mic, Elgato gives you like an EQ VST based on the software. If you get the Reaper plugins, you have the ability to also EQ your mic. If you are on PC and you have like an RTX card, you can use NVIDIA Broadcast at the same time to get rid of the background noise. And if you combine background noise plus EQ, you can basically make your headphones mic sound as good as an SM7B. So, I don't know. I mean, it is a Jeff. It is a channel point redeem. If you want to use dark mode or have the stream in dark mode, you can redeem nighttime or daytime, depending on which one you want. But most things are gimmicks anyways. me see if I can find that, because there was like a video, and I probably have a lot of ass in that feed. I'm looking at for a specific video on TikTok that a guy did on using a new software that remove background noise, and it was kind of amazing. So this one was amazing. That's one thing. But then, can I find the thing, please? I mean, yeah, it's paywall, but not exactly. I'm sorry. For me, the main thing is don't spend money on things that are not useful when you're starting, and specifically when you are just in the beginning. Like, I get it. You want to have like the best sound, the best video, the best whatever, but I mean, does it make a big difference in the beginning? It's better to start and just do the thing, and then that seems like way far away. Sorry, trying to find that fucking thing. I can't. Yeah, no, I can't find it. This one, however, I know you're probably in ads right now, but this one, however, is pretty interesting. This is, and you can't, I can't show that on stream because sound doesn't go through the HDMI, whatever. This is basically an AI that recreates your voice. I am extremely interested in testing it out, but right now I can't because I don't have access. And also it's not, it's paid, but it's not as expensive as I thought it would be. But it's really interesting in terms of the tech and how you can do that. So yeah. Yeah, that's the main thing. So, if you want something that looks good and sound good and lasts forever, in my views, the look good is overrated. If I could put that out of the field of view, I would. It's the only mic that I have for now, so I can't. But yeah, if I could find like a shotgun mic that is USB, I would as well, rather than this. And I've been thinking about it. I can plug like a mic directly into the camera, which is a shotgun mic, which is out of the way, and then route it through the wavelength to get the sound a bit more clean. But yeah. But if you want something that looks good and sound good and last forever, I'm not sponsored yet, so whatever. But the Elgato things are great in my views. Either these ones on the USB version, the XLR one that just came out seems to be pretty good as well. The beacon mic is looking interesting from what I've seen, but that depends on you. It looks good. The Logitech one, it looks pretty good in my views and sounds pretty good as well. It's this one. We saw it a second ago. Where is you? Right here. This one, I think it looks interesting in terms of good looking. It looks different because it's square. Most of the other one are like kind of rounded, and it has these different foam thing with different colors, if I remember correctly. But yeah, now these are good. There is this new one that just popped in like 4 months ago, 3 months ago, and that's it. I mean, we have a lot of shit in there, but I don't know. I would recommend the Elgato things, but you don't want the HyperX RGB one? Yeah, I get it. I mean, the one that looks the best, in my view, is Earthwork. I think that's the name of the company, which is, where is it? Yeah. This one? This one is looking amazing because it's a fully machined piece of metal. In terms of durability, it will be good. Nishit high, we'll call it. But it's also extremely expensive. But it sounds great. But it's extremely expensive. If you want to take a look at the review, go there. I do love it, but yeah. So there's like a $500 one, but it looks great. Anyways. I think I use like a low tier, kind of like newer type of thing for a long time. I think I have it behind me somewhere in a box. It's broken now, but basically there is a lot of people that are talking about the Fifine whatever, I forgot how it's called, and they are great. They are cheap as fuck, and they're good. So yeah. So we have like an onboarding thing to do, Nishit, but if you have questions or things to review, please share or ask, as always. But yeah. But the main thing right now is like we have the onboarding thing to do, and at that instant we are kind of reviewing some types of mics or thinking about upgrading streams. But yeah, so if it's looking good, as you said, looking good for you, looking good on stream as well, I would highly recommend a tiny mic, like a small like condenser Rode mic will be great. And if you can connect it directly, you said you kind of can't, but if you can connect it to the camera that you're using and then get the audio from the camera as well, that would be amazing. That way you just have like one HDMI cable that does video and audio. And yeah, that would be great, but I get it. Yeah, so exactly. I mean, when I started to think about streaming, I was thinking, you know what? Let me get an SM7B. It seems to be the most widely used. It is the most widely used on popular people. However, it is fucking expensive, it is overpriced, and you can get the same mic and sound quality for basically a third, if not a fifth of the price. So it is a widely used without reason. It is just because people want to look like people who have succeeded, and buying an expensive mic make you look like you have had success. But it doesn't help. Like it's a recognizable shape. I would say that it's a recognizable shape, and so when you see it, you know that the person probably spent like $800 to get a mic. And so in your head, thinking that someone spent $800 in a mic or on a mic means that they have like succeeded in a way. But it's not. Like, it's great, but it's not. Yeah, but that's also not exactly true, because no one knows the price of the Newman. I mean, people who know will know, but there is like 6 people on the internet, on your stream or on your chat, that knows what's the price of these. And so, yeah, I wouldn't recommend going for visibility or recognizability, and so that's why the MV7 is a good choice in a way, because basically the MV7 will give you the SM7B look. It's still Shure, it's still the same company, it's the same sound. It's way easier to get it to work, because it has like a USB version. And yeah, I really would recommend this one rather than the SM7B, and you get the same look and it works. However, it has the same issues here and there. This should have been like a USB-C, but it's not. And yeah, I don't know, it's shorter, it still works, it's still great, but I don't know why. Because they started to build it like much at the beginning, like before the pandemic hit, and so things were still in the middle of USB-C, micro B, and yeah. Not so good, but it's a great mic overall, and it's not that expensive. I mean, not that expensive. Oh, of course. Yeah, they could, but I mean, did they update the SM7B? I don't think so. Right? Even though it has had so much time to be updated, they still haven't. So I don't know. And Nisha, to answer your question, as I saw them, the project management thing, it's still going. It's the project thing of my company, so it's still there. We're still working on it. It's good, but I mean, we're still working on it. We have like a ton of stuff going. We changed the entire design system and UI kit, so that was a lot of pain, but it's better now. And then you said UI related question, please ask the question as well. So yeah, I would say like a shotgun mic would be much better because it's more versatile. However, you need more processing in terms of noise cancelling and noise rejection while using it, because if you're pointing it to you, or if it's higher and pointing to your face kind of thing, it will pick up on your keyboard much more than these ones, because these ones, I mean, the polar pattern, whatever thing, means that the back of the mic doesn't really get sound, and because my keyboard is basically here when I'm typing on it, even though this is a very quiet keyboard, it's not that audible. So that's a better thing compared to shotgun mics, which will pick up a lot of shit. So the podcast stage, the latest video of the podcast stage thing from, I think it was the Samsung mic, whatever, that he have had on his shelf for like 15 years or something, I forgot. Basically, or 10 years, are good. They are a great option for the price that you can have them at right now. You will need the same processing anyway, so I would recommend these types of things. But yeah, and if you are not someone who, or if most likely the other thing, if you are someone who sorry, if you're someone who don't mind secondhand, look at like eBay and other things, because you may find extremely good deals on eBay for the thing that you're looking for, once you know which mic you want to use, right? But yeah, overall simple. And I would go USB. I would go USB, 100%. That's more me thing. It's just a convenient thing. One of the reasons why is I kind of like my stream to be portable and have the ability to potentially move and not have to take too much stuff. So right now, like I have minimized the amount of devices that I need. So I have the mic, I want to get rid of it. I have the camera, I don't want to get rid of it. I have the Stream Deck, I kind of need that. I could use my phone as a Stream Deck with the Stream Deck app, but kind of can't. And then I have my MacBook Pro, which I kind of want to replace with a MacBook Air. But if I do that, I need a dock to be able to plug all the things that I need to plug in. So yeah. Yeah. To be frank, right? So right now, let me see. I need to check something. I've been clapping. You can't hear shit, I think. And it's just the RTX voice thingy that just goes on top. And I mean, you can hear some stuff from time to time, but you usually don't really hear anything on top of that. Like, it just cuts everything. that's basically what I'm saying. There's like another thing, like there is another app that came out that I saw a TikTok of yesterday or this morning, I forgot, which seems to be much more interesting, and another one that basically makes your iPhone sound like if I had like a mic like this with EQ and all that. But right, I mean, if you have a shotgun mic that just picks your voice and then you make it go through the RTX voice NVIDIA Broadcast, I'm really sure that you can get rid of like a lot of things, a lot of things, and in terms of price and requirement of the mic that you wanted to have. So as I said, like, let me see if I can find it. If, or more likely when, I finally decide to get rid of this, which will probably happen, this is what I will replace it with. This is the most stuck in mic that I have. So I'm thinking about replacing it with this one, mainly because I'm more of a portable type of person. This is the Rode Video Micro, the first gen, not the second gen, I think. And it is tiny as fuck. It just plugs in the camera with that. That's it. So one in the back, one in the camera, and I'm done. I'm done. I have the stand for it that just is there, and the wind guard just in case. That cost $60, I think it's 60. I don't remember exactly the price, but the sound is amazing for the price. And yeah, I mean, if I could like do a test right now, I would, but it's not set up properly in OBS, so I can't do that. But yeah, would 100% recommend you to use that. Yeah, this is one of the best option if you have a camera and you want to use these as with a camera. That's the best option. And then yeah, there is the Video Micro, which is this one, which is the most tiny one, and there is the Video Mic Pro, which sound the same when you say it. Yeah, so I think the Mic Pro can be plugged directly to your PC and be used as a mic without being like a USB thing. You just plug them to the mic input in the back of your motherboard and you have it as a mic input. So, right, with a jack plug, whatever. Right, this one, thingy, same thing. Yeah, this one has been recommended for a lot of people, by a lot of people. The reason why I didn't go with this one specifically is because it needs battery, and I don't like that. It has a bit of a battery thing, but these ones are kind of better in my views because you just need a fucking jack and that's it. You don't. I think the Go needs a battery, but yeah, it's whatever. But Rode is good, and they also have this one, the pod mic, which is good and pretty great most of the time. and I think they have like another one for USB mic, pod mic, USB, whatever, I forgot. Yeah, these ones, that also comes with the software that is similar to the Wavelength software, which is great, and which I recommend to have like software to go with it. But yeah, I think it's this one. The podcasters, from memory, the podcaster mic is overpriced and not so good. But that's from memory, so I'm not sure. Yeah, no, this one is good enough as well. Very tiny, very easy to set up. I like USB mics. They are much easier. Yeah. That's what I would say. Nishit, I didn't see your question. I don't know if you just fell asleep, which is probably the case because it's late for you. But yeah, if you have a question, please ask the question. I'm seeing things on the activity on the side. I might do that at some point. That's true. That's a good idea. Yeah, it could happen. Yeah. Nah, maybe not. Whatever. Yeah. I mean, for me specifically, I would say the most important thing is what type of like add-on you can have on top of it, and really, to be honest, the Wave 3, which is the only one that is left, plus the software, plus the plugins that goes with it, the VSTs that are available, as some type of the best option in my views. In a secondary option, the mic that you have in your headset plus NVIDIA Broadcast and an EQ can 100% be sounding better for just the price of your time, and making sure that you like EQ it properly. And then eBay is great. eBay is great. Pins, hi, welcome on in also. I'm good. I'm tired, as expected. That's usually how I am. But yeah. Of course they change color. What's the point of a static red light? Looking at you. You know what? I found it really interesting when I saw that you had the pure, where I don't remember if it was on Cat Discord or on Lemon Discord. I think it was on Lemon Discord that you had like bitch, that thing didn't work. Okay, fine. Melly, hi, welcome on in. Yeah, I think it was on Lemon, but like I had the preview of yourself and it was red as fuck. It was interesting. It was really interesting. I kind of like it. Like, look at that. Calling you out on this one. I have kinda halfway through, Melly. Kinda depends. Why? I'm scared now. It wasn't these ones, it was... You change from... Denny, hi, welcome on in. Nishit, I'm waiting for your question. If you haven't picked it up. Maybe you fell asleep again. But yeah, these one, I think it was this one, but you had one where you had like a white background, and then pure red behind. Yeah, I can't see shit. Oko is a good streamer, yes. 100%. And yeah. Sorry, I'm reading chat really slow today. Yeah, I forgot if it was this one or this one. Whatever. You had like a real red stream, which was fun. Are you in the in Australia? I guess. I mean, saying that, I guess you're probably in Australia. Yeah, nah. I think the NT5 can work. I really want the cat will come on in. I really want the more streamers to do out of frame mics. I think it brings something to the quality of the stream. In a way, it looks more professional. I would say it kind of looks more like a YouTube video after the fact. So if you can get rid of the mic on the frame, then first of all, when you or if you create sub videos from Maximilian, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? It's been a bit. Right, if you repurpose the stream VODs for like a YouTube video, then it looks like a YouTube video rather than here. If I repurpose this, it still looks like a stream, like a past stream. So it might, right? Yeah. Lavalier are annoying as fuck. Yes, 100%. I can confirm that I don't want a thing like this, unless it's a wireless one. Like the Rode one is good, but the battery is an issue with these things. You need to have something that has like enough battery, enough juice to go through an entire stream. For me, it would be fine because my streams are like at best 6 hours. But most of the time they are like 3 hours. A 3-hour battery for mics are okay. However, they work well if you plug them to the camera, and if I plug them to the camera, I don't get the ability to use the software that goes with that mic, so that's fucking annoying. I did 6 hours. I think it's still on YouTube somewhere. I think. Can I? I mean, I have like one 6-hour stream that was like, yeah, this one. 6 hours and 17 minutes exactly. That's like basically the only time I have this one 6 hours and 6 minutes, same thing, about the same period of long ass stuff anyways. But yeah, some of them have been 6 hours, but they are like, think about it, right? I have a fucking day job. I have a day job which takes 8 hours of my time on the daily, and then I stream right after my day job. Basically, the day job is ending at 6:30, and I'm starting stream at 6:30 exactly. So when I did 6 hours of stream, I had like an 8-hour, 9-hour day job day plus 6 hours. That is that's a lot of work. And then right, that's why I'm fucking tired all the time. Just because I go from working all day to working all day. Right? So that's a lot. And Maximilian, it depends on what you want to do with me as a designer, not a designer, all that. But yeah. I'm pretty cool when you work for me, most of the time. Most of the people who have worked under me have been happy with the advice that I gave them, the help and the management style that I have. So, right, I guess I'm a pretty good manager as well. That's cool to know. But it depends, right? If you're full stack, it's a bit more complicated, right? Because you're doing things that I can't do, and I'm doing things that you need to implement, whatever. And so the discussion is limited. Limited. The discussion is limited most of the time because we don't speak the exact same language, even though I have enough experience to be able to have a discussion. But yeah, it's I don't know. King Ultron, if you have your website, yes, please share a link. I would love to take a look and trash it out if you want. That's something that we do here. So yeah, please do. Please share. If you're ready for the feedbacks. So Nishichi say, have a UI where the user needs to fill the details in 2 steps. Step 1, you can select an option in which you can enter data. For step 2, and there, more than one option. Yes. Is it the same data set thing that we talked about last time? It's still the AI training models? Is that the thing? Bitch, Danny, you're too late. It's in shuffle. I can't go back. It's a different one. Okay, good. How can I show the multiple options while... And Kyle's coming back. 1 second, I'm trying to find the next message. No! The rain! Hi! Kyle, welcome on in. How are you? I basically spent 5 minutes in your stream. What, 5 hours ago or something? I think. Like, I looked at something and then I had a call. Yeah. And you were... Aiden, thank you for the dark mode. You were... looking at a piece of paper and you were on the phone. It looked like you were arguing with someone on the phone about the letter that you just received, as if it looked like it was like an invoice or something. I don't know. But yeah, I spent 5 to 10 minutes in the stream and then I had a call. Right? That was the feeling of the paper. Anyways, but hi, welcome on in. I'm AOA, I'm the helping designer. So if you have any design question, feel free to ask. I will do my best to help, as always. But yeah. On the core, yes, Aiden, I agree with that. I needed to click on the link before I did something else. Oh, that loading thing is interesting. But for anyone who doesn't know, Kali is an amazing co-working streamer who did the bootcamp for UI UX design. So if you have interest in that, and if you like co-working streams, go follow Kyle. It's a good thing, and they have interesting music taste. So if you have matching music taste, you will be in the right place. So yeah, do that. In here, we do design stuff as the other side, and we also do OBS stuff, as you could see from what Aiden redeemed earlier, changing the theme, doing transitions, all that is part of what we do here. But I'm trying to see if Nishit said something else. Miki or Mikey or Mike Dean. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Or Mike E. Dean. Welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the hello. I appreciate that. And Maximilian, yes, I agree with that. I absolutely agree with that as well. Denny, so it's the electro playlist on Epidemic Sound, and it has 1,000 songs in shuffle. So please go lurk in there. I don't know. I can't give you the name. I'm sorry. You didn't. I just read your messages. Thank you for the look. I appreciate it. Have a good cooking time, as always. 1,000. Yeah, it has like 1,000 song and something. Fuck you. Yeah. So, Nishi, do you have something like Oli? Welcome on in. How the fuck are you on Unlurk already? I had to hi. How are you? How have you been? Nisha, can you send me something about how it looks and the situation? I kind of tried to get the gist of the entire message. Your question at the end was, how can I show them multiple options while making the user feel all the details and not submit half the form? So that's Oli, that's a true thing. I agree. You can have the second part of the form to be hidden, like disabled, but still visible. Can I share that on stream also, the screenshot, or no? I guess no, not yet. I don't know. But whatever, I will comply with what you tell me. But you said that the first section of the form is impacting the inputs availables on yep, okay, the inputs available on the second option, or second section. So basically, if you change something on the top, it will impact the second thing. So you can't really have the answers predefined. The main option would have like a next rather than, from what I have in mind, a next rather than something else. So I'm looking at that. Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate that. And you already have that. So I guess your button at the bottom, which is currently saying save and next, could be just transformed into next. and then you did what I... Damn, the second section has like sub tabs that are way too much, way too many. Do you need to go in all of the sub tabs to get the form through and to send it? Or because if that's the case, that's a lot of content. It doesn't seem to be the case because it's like scraper and parsers every time. So, right, as always, for anyone who doesn't know, sometimes we are reviewing things that we can't showcase on stream, so I need to hide stuff. I'm sorry. But yes, as in you need to go through all the sub tabs, all the parsers. Damn. Okay, so you select your options on the first thing, select the parser things, and then when that's done, nope. You have, if you select 2 of the checkboxes, then you get the content, the tabs of the 2. Okay, fine. Do a next rather than tabs, I guess. Colin McLovin, welcome on in as well. The NDAs is not on my side, it's on Nishid's side, and if I share it, he could get fired. Even though that's something that could happen at any point. If I am the reason, that's not great, so I don't want to do that. Still careful on other people's careers. But how are you? How have you been? So you could do like a sub-level next, or you could stack them. How much content do you have in each of the section, right? That would be my question, because if you have, right now we are looking at the sitemap. The sitemap has like basically 6 inputs. If the web page, the dynamic, the category, whichever other option you have, also have the same amount of things, I would do a long ass form on the second section, so the parser details, where you need to scroll through everything until you get to the bottom, and then at the bottom you have the submit. So it's a bit of a different behavior, I know, but long form, like section by section, would work. You say the other options have scrolling? Okay, that's a lot. Let me see if I have like something that could make sense to you, potentially. I guess looking at something that is on my side, but right, whatever. The forms that we have for some of the content that we do, is longer, right? Way longer, and we have sections. Some of the section that we have here sometimes impacts the thing that we have underneath. This one is like a big ass thing, so what I would do for you is getting John Bentone. Hi, welcome on in. How are you since yesterday? Having like some section dividers with the names of the parser and scrappers or whatever you are using, and then the settings in there, and having the submit at the bottom of that form, at the bottom of the page, so that you ensure that the people that are getting the information need to scroll through the entire thing in order to get the button itself to go to the next stage. That would be my main recommendation based on the thing that you sent me, and you're saying that I can go to our file. Let me see. I don't know if I still have... I mean, I'm on the file, but you are not in there, or maybe I'm not in the right file. I don't know. It was good, but it's not the best. Okay, good. Take your time. So we are at the end of the further right section. Whatever. The newest version that we have right now is a bit cleaner. Like I could show you that. Give me a second. The design language itself is simple. I do like it, but it was a fat design language. That sounds so weird, but yeah, it is a fat design language overall. So for an example of some of the things that we are working on at that instant, so that's the first thing, and then I know it's not exactly identical, but this is the with the same design language that you just saw. This is the design that we had for one of the main features of our product, which is basically a table. Right, that's the simple thing, but this is the newest version that I'm working on. So the differences are the icons are a bit cleaner, and the buttons are also a bit cleaner. The entirety of the design is also much more, in my views at least, much more clean. Yeah, fat radius. Fat ass radius. Yeah, kinda, yeah. These are some of the things, inspiration. I mean, both are good. This new one is just simpler and slimmer overall. Yeah, I don't know. It depends. It depends on the page, to be honest. But yeah, no, this is more interesting. The inspiration that I would say on that layout type is Gmail, yes, but also Arc. I don't. Right now, I'm like unsure. Yes. So if you know Arc, that's the design that they have, and it's very similar. Right behind my face, there is like the tabs and the navigation and all that, and then you have the main content right there. So I do like that behavior of getting like a card that contain everything. And then when we are working on No Mercy, I basically created the same behavior as well, like same layout because it's easier. I use Discord in the browser on the Mac. I don't use Discord in the browser on the PC. And because I'm using the mic on the PC, it's going through the Discord app rather than the desktop version. But because I need to have access to Discord in there, I do use it on the browser, yes. Yep. That is true. I mean, I use a lot of shit in the browser now that I'm on Arc, but yeah, do you have you tried Arc, Ollie? I don't know if you did. Are interested. I have invites if you want. You probably have. Yeah, that makes sense. So this one is just my main account that doesn't have like the secondary one, and on the app I have the secondary option, which is nice. I don't know. I had like a lot of things. I feel like I'm spending less time on internet. What did I say? Yeah, I feel like I'm spending way less time on other websites. Like, I don't know. I mean, yeah, that's true. It doesn't help, like you keeping tabs open. That's different. But yeah, you can, but then it's like it's weird. You place it in the favorites section, and it takes a lot of space for no reason. Yeah. Oh, Windows. You can have multiple windows. I think I did multiple windows without picking up that I was doing that anyway, so I don't know. Damn. Nishit, are you cool with me sharing that on stream or no? I just still want to be from far away right now. You said no earlier, so I don't want to share things that you're not comfortable with me sharing yet. That's true. For me, because Arc is only on the Mac and the Mac is just the Mac display, and I don't have like a secondary display. It's like on one desktop, and that's it. Like I have everything in here, and that's here. Okay, so I can't share that. Basically, the long one that you did is what I had in mind. For normal use, it's great. I think it replaced for my dev. He said that it can't live without it right now, so that's interesting. But yeah, these accordion option is interesting as well. I don't know if I would recommend it. I used to have a secondary display, but like, I don't know. So you could do that. The accordion options is not a bad option. It might be easier if you wanted to have go to next after each section in the secondary. So, right, you could have a button that says like save settings, and then it closes. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can test it with real users. Damn it, that's a lot of words. In my views, I think that the long ass one would potentially make it easier if you make sure that the configure button is a tad bit less visible. Because that is bright. But other than that, I mean, both option works. I think these two options are better than the tabs option that you sent me in screenshot in the first go. So it's too much, but this is everything in one go, right? Like most people will have like 2 or 3 things checked, not everything at once. So yeah, the tabs are in the first screenshot. The tabs are basically guaranteed that people will miss some things in one of the tab because there is no next. It doesn't make sense. In the accordion, it means that it needs to have one click or one more click every time that you want to go to the next section, which is not a problem if you have like a save button at the end of each section, kinda like you do section 1 save, and then it closes, go to the next one, open, and focus you on the first input. Potentially that works. And then the full open everything, and then you just scroll is a good option, but it might be overwhelming for some people. However, remembering that these screens are setup screens, you will see that once or twice every 6 months, and not more than that. So I think we're good. What is your other ID? Nation side. That would be too much. I mean, that would be too much. Not exactly. You could, but it could create something interesting. It's just it would need to go. You would need to go full screen, and so the main navigation will need to go away. So you can go in full screen modal type of thing for the creation and have like a timeline that creates itself when you are checking things. So basically you arrive on step 1 and then you check the first thing and you see it pop on the timeline of things that you need to complete, and then you check the second one and you see it pop, and then you check the fourth one and you see it pop. And so you see what are the steps that you will have to do. So in terms of micro interaction, it could be interesting. In terms of dev, we know how that will work. But yeah, I would recommend like a full screen modal type of thing on top of everything, with a cancel and save at the bottom of the page. But yeah. But it's like next until you get to the end. So both work. As you said, the full long ass form is the easiest to put in place. The accordion one is easy, but it adds a lot of clicks potentially. And the one that you just said, I agree with that. Thanks a lot for the resub. Enjoy the emotes. Enjoy the emotes that are here. And fuck ads, yes, I agree. So, and the left side navigation funnel type of thing could easily work, but it might just make it harder for the devs to put in place. That's really a detail. I'm not saying, but yeah. King Ultron, are you still here lurking? Probably yes. I'm opening your website right now. Okay. So, Nisha, do you have more questions? First of all, the loading is cool. So that is a nice loading thing. The background, which is animated-ish, I don't know if it's impacted with my pointer or not. I don't think it is. But yeah, I like that. Interesting. Oh yeah. Or if you have a link, please share the link. I'd love to see that. I mean, it looks like video because when I'm zooming in, it's pixelated. So I think it's a video. And you should have a good look. All right. This? No. That just breaks the entire thing. If you stopped right there, I would have been happy with it. But that, no. Roxanne, thanks a lot for the follow. Welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Did you come with the raid? I don't know. but I appreciate the follow. If you are too shy to chat in chat, please don't feel obligated. But yeah, hi. So the thing that bothered me is the color. It's way too bright to be at the bottom, specifically with just after like a full black thing, full black. But right, that I think you can have like the Adlockland 2023 underneath. That would be enough, in my views. I will. Here, I have a bit of an issue with the sizes of the fonts and some of the colors that you used, but also the card behavior. I think it's because of okay, that's interesting. Yeah. What Oli just said, a line stretch can work. Someone told you that because my voice is good. That is very cool. I appreciate that. No, that's not true. That's not my voice. Yeah, who said that? I don't know. I'm blushing right now. I can feel it. But welcome on in. If you like the voice, I get it. I get it. So if I refresh the page, yeah, we have different colors. Fine. I would say the cards themselves are a tad bit small. Potentially bumping them up could be a good option. Getting like the central column to be 80 VW or something, right? 80% of the window width. That way they could have like a bit of a wiggle room potentially. I don't know, that depends. Whichever, like that's on you. You decide. Then you don't go to pages that like you don't have, how can I say that? Yeah, you don't have cover picture and you don't have page specific, which makes sense. Okay. So if you have more of a Pinterest board type of ID with 4 columns rather than 5, 6 that I have here, maybe that works. Maybe that works. Maybe. I think they are small. I think they are a bit small. In my views, this might be better in terms of overall width of card. So I would potentially just do that. Like I just zoomed 125%. So, to 125%. So I zoomed 25% in the entire website. I think that feels better. That's a personal taste, right? Doesn't mean that it's the truth. It's just personal taste, making them a bit bigger. And for the fonts, I have beef with the colors that you chose and the font that you're using, in a way. So let me just see if Font Ninja can work. It's shut the fuck up. You're in 23 here and 20 here. Alright, so the jump in between the two is not good enough, I would say, and I'm unsure about what it's giving me. Right now it's telling me that you are using interregular and interregular on both, but I can see that this is not regular. Whatever. Color-wise, the hierarchy of title and text is usually reversed. So right now, what we want to read first is the title of the card. However, because it's grayer or lighter, I know it's a blue, but right, lighter than the text, your eyes are drawn to this first in terms of the text section. When you're reading this, what happens is your eyes are like drawn into the image, which is the colorful thing. When it's colorful, when it's not drawn to this. And then they are moving to take a look at that. So you are drawn to the image, which is colorful, and then the button, and then that section, which is brighter, and then the title, which is not the order in which you want to see things. You kind of want to have the user to have like a vertical reading pattern. So I would potentially recommend you to go with image, title, text, subtext with more differences, and then button that could be like a text button. If you don't have pages, just do a read more or see more or whatever, see more on GitHub, but it's the entire card that is clickable, but then just the button at the bottom. In terms of hierarchy of information, I think I do have, yeah, like these ones could work if you really want like the color, whatever. That works. Let me see which one could easily work for you. I think the first one is the easiest card that we have. So let's just use that as a base right here. So, right, you're using this thing. This is 2424. Interesting. So if you think about it, right, if I get rid of that, which is currently your button, and I get rid of the type, because that's basically where you are right now, and I just get that a bit of a radius, because you have a radius, you also have, I feel like you have like a border, because you wanted a border, whatever, right, kind of. And I get that to swap, so this should be pure. This should be, I guess, pure white, and you should take on that. Seems like a good idea. And you are very dark, right? It's a dark mode thing. Holy, thanks a lot for the resub for 7 months. I don't know why you did it now, but yeah, I appreciate it. Maybe too much ads. I get it. My evil plan is working. So I would do that personally, getting the card to be like so, with either just an icon that prompts that there is something outside, or if you really want to have like a button at the bottom, I would I would use like a regular button in a text link type of way. So more on GitHub type of thing. Appreciate it. And that's my arrow usually, right? Let's say we don't have that for now, right? I would do something like this rather than what you have in terms of readability of content. If you pick up the details, you're also using like a pretty much iron gray, I would say, compared to what we have. That works. That works with us a lot. So, right, you have this, you have a blue background, which I don't understand, but that's fine. Let's do like an 80 type thingy, and your background is a light blue. I mean, it's your colors, you decide what the fuck you want, but it feels weird. Are you using buttons for the end here? I don't know. And what you said, Ollie, was whatever. That's that's a mistake. You said what? Oh, oh yeah, that's indeed interesting. I like that. I do agree that crammed mobile option is pretty interesting. Give us more texture type. That's neat. I like that. I like that. Yeah, it's more of a. It looks 3D, yeah. It's more of a blue like this, right? That's more of your blue. So I would have something like this, and the important part for me is basically that hierarchy of information in between the title and the text. Right now, I'm in semi-bold. I would even go to bold to have like more differentiation in between the two. This is contrasty enough. Yes, yes, that's fine. 6.8 is okay. And you can see how when you are reading that card for the first time, it's like you see the image, then you see the title, then you see the description, then you see the button. And the entire card needs to be clickable anyways. But that would be my main thing in terms of hierarchy of information. And then potentially, if you really want to have an outline, which seems to be the case on your side, you could easily do that to get like the outline version. Not a big deal. On potentials, maybe a shadow can help sometimes. That depends on you, basically, on what you want to have and how you want to have it, but shadow could like just bump it up. It's not visible on stream. I know that the contrast ratio is not good on what you're seeing. I'm sorry about that. But you can get it flat. It works as well. But yeah, so for these cards, overall, the difference in between this and this is like this font is 24 points and this one is a 16 points, so it has like more distance in between the two sizes. Whereas on your side you have a 23 and 20, it's just 3 points of difference, so that's not enough to make it visually differentiable from far away. I mean, it is, but it's really close. But yeah, that for the card, that would be my recommendation. And then I like that. I really like this. It's not gonna lie, this is pretty cool in mobile and in desktop. I don't know if the project button is useful. and I don't know if the size are good. I think to avoid or to increase readability, I would bump the sizes of the text. But not there. Like this could work in terms of width. The thinking behind is like if I take if I take a screenshot of this right here and a screenshot of this, I'll try to get the same amount of space, but right, we never know. Right here, it's close. In terms of readability, these lines being thin but still visible, when the font is bigger, doesn't really disturb me in creating a lot of noises, whereas here you can probably see that the high there I'm is a bit less readable, right? There are things, yeah, that can do that. So, right, you can either bump the font sizes to get everything in a readable form, but Kina, hi, welcome on it. Yes, but I mean, the usefulness of the features of Shot X or Shutter or whatever other things that exist are not personally good in my use cases. Like, it's way easier for me to just do that and get a screenshot rather than other, and then Arc itself has like a screenshotable option that are pretty good in my views, because it will like basically capture the div that you are looking at. John, you're talking about the inside of Figma prototype, I guess. I guess that's what you're talking about. I don't think it does with this, but I have like I have an extension that gives me the same thing with the distance in between elements, but pixel rather than like divs. But it's a bit weird in the way that it works anyways. So for example, if I'm here and I want to know how much space do I have on both sides or in between, I can do that easily, and that's okay. But right, I mean, I use that once every time we do like some checking and we need to know that things are not really aligned, we use it, but most of the time we don't. And the screenshot options of things right here, like, I think that's really good, specifically when you are trying to get like the how can I say, the div that you're working on. Like, that's, I guess, in my views, that's kind of cool, easier, faster, whatever. But yeah, no, it's not the best, but I don't use screenshot that often or as much that I need to get like more features into them. And my most used feature of screenshot on macOS, which is something that I don't know if you know, but if I do that and then I open this, I can copy paste the fucking text directly, and then I can like have the text in a format that is text. This is one of the greatest things that they have on macOS. So if you want to simulate a prototype, John, the thing that you need, I mean, if you want to simulate a prototype, no, if you want to simulate like a loading, which is basically what you asked. Like let's say you have that is outside of the frame and you want to get like a loading option right here, like you have a loader right there. Let's do that. Other thing, so the way that I would do it is I get this linked to that with like a smart animate, whatever. Let's say it's an 800 millisecond transition, and instead of on click, I say after delay, and the delay can be, I don't know, 5,000 milliseconds, so 5 seconds. You move to here, and then from this one, let's say if I click, I go back there so that it kind of works. And so that, if I do, that's a new starting point. And I start that prototype, I will have the thing load, and then after 5 seconds, it will automatically transition into that. So that's the how to simulate transition loading type of thing. And if you want this to be a bit more interactive, you can either have a GIF in here for loading animation, or you can create yourself an option of transition animation thingy. So, for example, shit, my bad. What the fuck? Bad today. That doesn't work as expected. Right, it's a bit of an annoying thing to do, but kind of works. So this is, or should be at least, from here to here, from here. I should have done that. It's a smart animate, but it needs to be linear, but it's fine. From here to here, and from here to here. And then this one is not a smart animate, it's an instant transition. And all of these transition here needs to be not on click, but after delay of basically 0. And the transitions right here needs to be linear. Then when you have this, technically, if I did my thing right, we have a spinner type thing, and then after 5 seconds it will just move away. So you can do that. If we don't want to have that thing to disappear, place it underneath, and you place that at 0% opacity, so that when we come back, it just fades when the thing is moving up. I can't export as anything. that's the most annoying thing about Figma right now. There is a plugin that there's a plugin that gives you the ability to export as a GIF or video, but I first of all, I don't remember the name, and I don't know if it works well or not. So, yeah. Yeah. 1 second though. King Ultron, I think I gave you all my feedback on your website. I think. But yeah. So yeah, most of the time I do QuickTime screen recording because it's easier than anything. I mean, easier, right? We don't have drops, Ollie. However, I kind of want you to give me back the link a second time because it's now far away. Like way too far. So yeah, bottom one, not that thing. Cards as you had them. Do you want to have King Ultron if you want? If you haven't, I'll let you like take a screenshot of that, even though it's not exactly, you can't really see the bounds. It's not as good. Just take a screenshot of this one, that way you have like details. Thank you for that message, Reset. Yeah, take a screenshot of that, that way you have like a base. If you want to redesign it, that's details. The font size that I have is 24 and 16, right here. So because I'm using like the 8-point grid or 8-point system, it's just the bigger one is like one of the multiple of 8s, and then the underneath is the next one under. So 24 under 24 minus 8, basically it's 16. It's like basically the rule of thumb that I'm using, which you probably didn't hear a thing because you were in ads break. I'm sorry. So yeah, that's the I don't have a dog, but I need to check it. I still haven't clicked the foreign link. Oh damn, you changed. Do you have a loading? You don't have a loading. No, we good. I loaded. That's neat. That is neat. Yeah, so maybe I'm fucking blind now, I don't know. I would zoom the shit out of this website. Anyways, maybe not 150, maybe 125. To get things fatter, I don't know. Yeah, maybe it's a personal thing, whatever. I like that. The vision. You probably know what I'm about to say, but I will say it anyways. Your rages are wrong. The fuck are you doing? So, right, that doesn't work. That's a no. That will never be accepted by me. And you don't have the same amount of space at the top and bottom. I mean, side and bottom. So yeah, my base is 16 as well. Yeah, no, it's the same thing. It's just like it's weird. Like, it feels tiny. Maybe it's because I'm far away. I know you like juicy corners, but that's just like that doesn't work. And if you don't want to match it for that image preview, at least match it for this. Like, because the top is always the same. I'm working with like a very tiny screen, 16-inch display. It's not great. It's not great. You know what? Let me see. Just want to see if or how that look on the PC. Yeah, it's kind of better on the PC though. Not that matters, but it's a bit better. It's still tiny, right? And we have similar sizes overall, but it looks bigger because the screen is bigger. So whatever, both work. Details useless. Nonetheless, I like the page a lot. I like the details, I like the sections, I like the date at the top. I remember that from the overlay that you did a while back. So I like that tag section at the top. It's really cool. These dual texture, background texture, plain texture is really nice. There are a lot of misalignments that I can't unsee. That are not exactly misalignment, but they kind of are. Right? I mean, you probably know what I'm talking about. Bitch, why the... Okay. Right, so you have 12 here and 12 here, so that's cool, but then you have somehow, I guess, 12 here, but it visually doesn't apply there, so that's a bit... visual misalignment. I think they are technically aligned, but visually not, which is bothering me. So the one that is bothering me the most is the bottom section. You have like 12 here, and then here you have like 16. So I don't get it. This is a line that's cool, but then on this side, because it's like centered with the rest, you get like a bit of a misalignment thing, and to potentially like palliate, you have a tag to make it like a bit bigger, whatever. The card footer, yeah, I mean, like this one looks okay-ish. This one looks really big, even though it's the same. But I get it. I guess it's technically aligned, like at the same, like 1216, but right, overall, that's weird. That font is resizing itself inside of that. Is that a hover thing? It is. That's true, but equal would be better for me. In terms of visually aligning things, maybe it is, yeah. But other than that, I do really like the cards themselves. I think they are really cute. The background is nice. I don't know if you need to scroll that left section. I would keep it static with yourself and just have this scroll. We talked about this multiple times because you have enough space right here. I would keep that. Like it I don't understand why it's going away and then there is just this that's staying, whereas I could still read informations. I could arrive, start a scroll, and then forget that you existed, who you are. I don't know, not really true, but kinda. It reminds me of Sarah, I guess. Oh, that's what's happening, right? Right, this one, which I love, always had, like, I do love this one a lot, so let me just, as an example, yeah, it's a pretty nice thing, so I would keep that as a, yeah, would keep that as an option, as a static thing, and then for consistency's sake as well, the radius around your profile picture are huge compared to the radius that you have around the rest. So I know it's not exactly the same style and the same feel, but right, this radius here and this radius here are close together. Something similar to this one could work a bit better in that thing. So I would do potentially that. And then I like the minimalism of it a lot. I'm unsure about the necessities of the divider at the bottom. I mean, it's not exactly visible most of the time, but it's just, it doesn't meet with the grid, so that's just visible right there. And then that is cool detail. Oh, okay, fine. So it's basically a divider, but because you have things hidden underneath. All right, all good. All good, all good. And then these links are very cool. I feel I feel influenced by the newest trends and the newest types of dark mode design website that we have currently, and what you mean? Your Twitch handle not being there? Is that what you're saying? Twitter does, I mean, there is no Twitter and there's no Twitch either. There is no OnlyFans link. It's the Mastodon thing instead. Yeah. I mean, I still can't open. I mean, can I do that? No, I can't. Of course, if you have a link, please do. Please do share. But yeah, no, overall, I do love the tiny details. I would add some more tiny details. Specifically with the cursor card thingy. I mean, you might... right, these things, even though that this one has like a lot of texture, which I don't... I mean, I like it, but I don't really like it. But these type of effect that are extremely, or have been extremely popular for a bit now, like something that has that glossy, you know what I'm talking about? The not 3D, but like a bit of an highlight-ish. Not necessarily on the cards themselves, but maybe on the buttons. Like it's, you know what? If you if you crop the quote a bit, like, I like it, but I don't really like it. It doesn't feel like 2023, a 2023. That makes sense. But yeah, now you probably have seen that a ton. Let me see. I can't I can't show you my Twitter feed for obvious reasons. There is too much boobs. My bad. Not this one. It's not so further away, is it? I can't show porn. I can't show OnlyFans content. I can't show hentai content. I have so many shit in my timeline that it's just not happening. Not in there. Can I find the fucking thing, please? Like, I shared it like not so long ago, but I just can't right now. I mean, my feed is basically like ass and design. That if I need to like summarize it, it's basically ass and design. That's it. There are other stuff for sure, but still. This one could have been, but it's not the case. I mean, there is a lot of lingerie design, which are pretty cool. It's not ass and design, yeah. I don't know how you're still alive and awake, but I mean, I get it. I appreciate. The username is available. That's cool. Let me find the fucking thing. I need that. You know what? It's not. Damn it. I hate it. I can't find it. I'm thinking Australia, but yeah. It should be around here, but it's not. I wish there was like a search or filter or thing that could help. Or just me being less dumb. Maybe that can help as well. Remembering things. Yeah. I mean, right? Buttons effect type thingy. Like these ones that we have seen in the past-ish, like a lot, right? Like kind of highlight. I mean, this is a bit minimal, but like that type of thing. Right, that exactly that. Right, I would love to have this. This is an easy thing that you can do in like Webflow. I mean, I did that on Webflow, I think, at some point, because they had like a tutorial on 3D cards, and I did that on buttons. This is a very easy thing to create like a bit of texture on potentially your action buttons and other things. And yeah, it's part of that new trendy thing that a lot of people are doing right now. And right, no, the lightning one, I'm not talking about it, but this is cool. Let me just send that just as a reference. Right, that works. You sent a link. You click on it, and before I take a look at it, I need a pee. So give me like 2 minutes. My bad. But yeah, no. On your things, Ollie, I think that's the only thing that I would change, add, potentially modify. Getting like a bit more texture in here, maybe. You know me. Maybe a bit of grain, as you can probably, how can I say that? Tell in the background here, like a bit of texture in that section right there. That is the plain section. Maybe a bit of grain to make it like more interesting. I don't know. And then that effect that I just shared, I think can work. Did it? Yeah, it did go through. Yeah. I don't know. um, yeah, I mean, you already have the texture on the side, the right side with the grid. I like that. I do. I don't know if you have had access to Chrome or like it, but like this tiny thing at the bottom, it's a very subtle highlight of the logo right there. But that could be a thing that you do on in terms of like sub level detail on the grid itself, right there. Just a bit of a highlight when you pass your cursor. Same shit that I kind of talk about here, right? Just extremely subtle, extremely wide highlight that just yeah. Yeah, the iOS app is pretty cool. The widget is good. I like the widget on my home screen. But that's it. The rest is nice. Some of the alignments, as I said in the footer, can be changed. And Regis, because right, I'm a Regis person. And then the scroll thingy right here. I don't think it's useful. I think it creates more dissociation with the content rather than anything. And because I do love Sarah, the website overall, that tiny parallax in between these two columns has always been like such a small detail that I love. Yeah, I don't know, it's just so good. But yeah, I mean, has Nicola did this design, has the hover effect. Oh, the hover effect is cool. I like the fact that it's like put the rest in a sub-level opacity to make sure that this is highlighted rather than having like an overlay. I don't do freelancing, no, but I do help on stream. So if you want help on a project on stream, I mean, I've been been working for the past months on No Mercy, not really as a freelancer, for free. So yeah. But yeah, no, this maybe only maybe have these at the bottom of the page, but that might be. I mean, I like them here, to be honest. It's just the lock might be not. I mean, it feels weird. The rest is cool. Texture and highlights, hover effects here and there, but overall it's great. And then size, potentially, you said, but not the scale. I guess scale is a personal taste, and I can always zoom in if I need to, so I'm fine. You could. But I really like that side section. That. Yeah. Right there, I get it. I mean, for me, it would just mean making the pictures a small radius. And you have a misalignment here as well. Oh, it's me. No, you have a misalignment here. And you have a dual shadow thing that just breaks. I don't know if you see the bending right there, but yeah, you have a bit of a miss. But I mean, this button is placed differently. This one is aligned. That's weird. But yeah, nah. Like here, it's fine. I mean, it's fine. It's still 12:16. but then here you basically are at 1616 on that button. So yeah, yeah, you know that alignment's important. The thing that is bothering me is that I do not mind the misalignment on that section here when it's just a singular bar. The misalignment on the date. However, here it's just bothering me so much for some reason. I think it's because the space on both sides is equal, but just here it creates so much more space on the top rather than here it's just like it's equal top and bottom. So that feels okay. I don't know. It's weird. Anyways, that would be my feedbacks. that would be my feedbacks on that. Very small details, as always, right? I mean, with you, your design tastes are great, so I can't. Yeah, so I mean, mobile sites are okay. I can easily do that in the doing this. I love to do that when we are doing the No Mercy thing. It's just so good to get the two options side by side. I think it's great. But apps is a bit more complicated, mainly because the capture of the screen, right? That always can work if you know you know. But this shit is just right. If I do that, you get access to my phone, and then I can review things. It's just I don't want to have to like download an app and all that. But yeah, no, it's really easy to get access. The only thing that is annoying is that if I receive messages that are sensitive, but yeah, if it's just a phone or a mobile version of a website, and you want me to check it out, I can with no issues. Interesting. Sorry, phone is telling me that I need to sleep now. So McLovin, are you still here? You close Sarah's thing. I have your website here. Let's reload for the loading. I like that loading though. it's tiny. No. No, Lachlan is different than McLovin, but it sounds close. I agree. A therapist and a coach for doggos and on the personal side. That's pretty cool overall. See, my computer's saying I need to sleep. Sizes. Yeah, I know it's two different messages, but I don't know. It's just it follows through. Whatever. Talking about this logo. You were talking about the fact that we have a dog on the front page. Okay, fine. Sorry, I'm dead. It's brain is not working uh, at all. So sizes, I think I just need to zoom things at 25%. That makes more sense to me. But maybe that section right here might be a tad bit small in regular size for me. I want to check that. Oh, damn, that is. Have a good look. Oh, sorry. That's a cool effect. Damn, if you don't want me to share your face on stream, I can stop scrolling right now. But I mean, you share it on in chat, so whatever. I love that effect. Let me just scroll the homepage first because, right, that can happen as well. You are lurking. Only you're not here. There is a lot of animations. That's breaking my brain, but it's interesting. Fat ass form, interesting, not great, but interesting. Have a good talk with the wife. Do we have highlight? Yes, we do. That's cool. That button kind of needs transition. A bit of a transition, not much, but just a tad. Let me see, is that still on the search? I guess it is. Where's the red thing? There was like a button thingy that I saw earlier today that was pretty cool, but also, right, now that I'm thinking about it, of course I can't find it. It was like just fucking there. Is that you? No, it's not you. There? No. Could have been though. Could have been. 1 second. I'm re-scrolling TikTok, no Twitter, to find a red button. That doesn't mean shit. And of course, because I'm saying that, I will absolutely not find it. I found it. Maybe. I don't know. It's cool. It's just on the text. It's made in Webflow, so maybe it's more complicated to export in a regular website, but whatever. At least you have the tweet if you want to take a look at it, but just to have like a bit of a transition in between, that button is a tad strong. A tad. You're using Webflow, so maybe that's easier for you in that way. You're using Webflow, you're doing that. That's neat. Your back to top button doesn't bring me back to top. That's not good. It's your project page if you have one. I think I need scroll. A lot of content. Damn. Sorry. Same thing here, right? Your shadows are just killing me, but it's fine. I can live with that, but they are killing me. Yeah. They are killing me because they are in the other direction than the regular shadows, which right now, because my light is right there, it works perfectly, but usually either underneath or 45 degrees, not minus 45 degrees. I don't know why, it's just, it threw me off. And they are extremely strong on these 3 pictures right there, 4 pictures. That's a detail, to be honest. At this point, you don't really care. The homepage is good. I am unsure about that flat transition. Maybe like a gradient going from white to white transparent could help. I don't know, just an idea. Let's go on the resume, something absolutely different. And the about is just that loading is great. You have the same loading on the title of a project. That's cool. That you changed the picture. You did. You changed the picture right there. You have photographies. That breaks my brain as well, but that's fine. They have a tab. No, you don't. Is it worth it? Maybe. Yeah, I mean, the amount of content available on this about page, even though I do love that fucking title and that transition, I love that. The amount of content here is so small that I'm unsure about the relevance of that page on its own. Like it could be on the homepage. It could be a section on, right, you have this that is a tiny thing about you, fine, good. You have your latest work, maybe you just use like the 3 latest instead of the 4 latest, but that's the same thing. And then you can have like an about section, and after the about section, let's chat when they know about you. But that would potentially limit the content of the about section a bit. But I don't know. Maybe it's because the page is not finished. Yeah, finished yet. I don't know. That you tell me, and that you still need to change some stuff. But page does, other than the title. Yeah, other than the title, the page doesn't really work for me. It feels like a waste of space in a way. But it's a personal thing. I let me reassure you in some way. It is a very personal thing in my inability to read a lot of content, and so that about you, these 2.5 paragraphs are like, I would read the first one, which is bigger in font. The second one I would probably not read it. And then your skills, there is a lot of skills which like enclosed each other into each other. Like if you're telling me that you are UI UX, you have like a UI UX background, it implies, for someone like me, it implies that you know how to do wireframes, prototyping, responsive design, UX research, because you have UX design in the first place. But I mean, you could argue that UX design and UX research is different, but right, whatever. Interactive design is going into prototyping. Mobile design is going to responsive, web design is going to responsive, user flows is going into wireframe and prototyping, and design system is different. So in the design section, I would like reduce it to UI and UX design, responsive design potentially, and design system. So that's 3. In the software section, Adobe XD is going to die, InVision is dead, Photoshop is good because you are doing photography, so fine, and Premiere Pro and After Effects is specific. I'm not sure of the need, but whatever. And then on the other, you have photography, videography, which is implied in Premiere Pro or After Effects, right? Whatever. Content creation, it depends. Photo and video editing, I'm implying that into videography and photography, because if you can take a picture but you cannot edit them, then your pictures are trash. It's like basically taking pictures of my feet, but that's right. I can do that, but then the edit needs to be good enough to go on Feedfinder. Whatever. Don't think about it. Sales, yes. Negotiation goes into sales. Logistic, fine. Marketing, fine. So the first 4 can be condensed into 2, photography and videography. And it's cool. The only thing that I'm unsure about is, are you a freelancer or do you want to be hired as an employee? I don't know. Yeah. But these keywords, that's good. These keywords can go into your resume and not in the, or the SEO, but not exactly the website itself. Maybe it's just the representation of it, right? I don't know. But also you have that. That's what might also bother me. It's like you have photography, videography, gaming, live streaming, hiking, working out, cooking, sleeping, right? All that. So you have photography and videography right there, but you have it right there as well. Live streaming is basically content creation, so maybe you could combine them. It feels I'm about to say something that might destroy you. I'm sorry. It feels very 2012 resume on the skill section. It feels like the thing that I did on my resume in 2010, 2012 to define the skills that I have with bullet points. If it's really, like, if you really want to get the keywords, right? Because that's the thing that you said. I would do my best to ChatGPT who I am, who am I, description, including these topics. Or do it yourself if you want to, but like I guess ChatGPT could help. But getting like an about me section that include my knowledge of the software, of these designs, behavior, and the other thing that I do. And if these words are included in the paragraph block, then you should be good, if that makes sense. Because the keyword will be available, and so then in the SEO, the person who is trying to hire you get the SEO with the keywords, and that works, right? And that way you can get rid of that thing. But right? But if you do that, I would have the About Me section being like more like further down, getting like high. I do like the what Ollie had or Sarah has as well, but it's a limited amount of description. There is no more than this, really. I mean, Sarah is a very specific breed of software engineer with a track record of kick-ass projects. And right, so you don't at some point you don't need to have much descriptions, but if you still think that you need the descriptions, right, that needs to be longer than this as a an example, that's my website. There is no scroll, there is nothing. If you haven't seen it before, that's it. So, in my views, you don't need much content to have, right? In terms of SEO, this is trash. This is not discoverable. This is absolutely unwell, but it kind of works. And this is already like a long-ish scroll, even at 125%. So that's your regular size. Right, that works. I really would have like 3 project rules first of all, maybe a less big project sections in terms of the space that it takes. Nope. There are like some portfolios that popped in lately that are pretty cool and that you could get inspired by. Let me check if I can find them. Marco, but not Marco. This one, yes, kinda. But it's not the one that I wanted to see. There is like one that is really cool that has like cards design type, which in my views is kind of similar to what you have. I mean, kind of similar is a weird word. What the fuck is that shit? Every time. Every fucking time. It's not there. Fine. If you want to give back a link, I would love to take a look. Jess has an update. Oh. Yeah, I think that's the one that I had in mind. So, they changed. No, they didn't. Okay. These types of cards, right, in terms of overall layout, in my views, are interesting in a way to showcase projects because you get an highlight of some of the things that you want to showcase. It's better if you just have 3, so you have like one which is the latest one and you have the last 2 before that that you want to showcase, and that's it, no more no less. And then if you click on the card, then you go to the section, specific section. But This one, because it's like an icon designer, makes sense. It's similar. There is no much content behind each project. King Ultron, if you want to share the link to your website again, just so I can click on it and take a look before you go, I would love that. If you don't mind. If you don't mind. Before you disappear, I want to see. It's a bigger thing, bigger fonts, better on the high there. I like that. Am I zoomed in again? No. That section is cool. And then the entire card has a click. That is neat. Yeah. Yeah. Much better. In my views, much better. And you have some hint of colors here and there, which I think is pretty cool. But yeah, the shadow is a tad strong, but that's fine. That's fine. Yep, I can see that they're wider. I like that. I like the click. Click makes sense. Most sense. Alright, with the shadow never add more than 40% opacity on the color that you choose. Make it vertical. So basically 0, 24, 24 minus 16 in your CSS. Right, 0, 24 pixel or 1.5 rem if you want to use rem. 0, 24, 24 minus 16. Usually my go-to. Let me show you in a second how that look. So that types of shadow would give you the 0 for X, 24 for Y, so it's going down, 24 for the blur, so it's way much blurred, and then 16 or minus 16 in here. If I do that in red, that gives you a bit of a nice, and your cards are extremely smaller than this, that gives you a nice glow underneath of the card. And then the color that you have, I think you are in pure black right now, but never add, like right now I think you're in 100% in opacity, never go past 40% for the shadow. That's a bit of a rule. And yeah, that would give you this, which give it a nice bump. It's subtle on stream, I know, but that would be my values. 24, 24 minus 16. That's a good base. Details. Small details, but yeah, the rest is cool. The footer is fat. I like that, and that thing right here is good. Good update. Great update, even. Yeah. So McLovin, I'm coming back to you. Maybe, right? 0, 24, 24 minus 16. Yes, exactly, on the shadow. Minus 16 is on the last value, so the value is the spread. It's a negative spread of minus 16 pixels or minus 1 rem. It basically makes the shadow a bit smaller inside, and it creates a nice, more natural feel to the card. It's design stuff. That's not the one that I had in mind. And yeah, that's cool, but that's not. Oh. So this one here is what I had in mind, McLovin, for this, Andrew. In my head, I don't know why, but right, that's the thing. mainly because of you have more height but less content, and you still see how things work. A title like this, I mean, you probably are looking at Timothy Rick tutorials in on YouTube, but yeah, King, have a good rest of your night, morning, and yeah, take care of yourself. We'll see you soon. Happy seeing you here. I don't know. I don't know what's night. But yeah, what I like about this section here for project is the least amount of informations, and also the alignment. So this alignment is good. This one isn't. The title needs to be on the far left. Never align right a thing. It's just so weird. So right, as an example here, you can see that it has a bit of like changes. They limit themselves to like the brand and 2 lines of text, and that's it. And they have clients, and that's it. And you have in the info, if I remember correctly, some information about themselves, which is a mix of what you have and resume, but not exactly, but kinda, but not exactly. That doesn't change shit. I do like this because it's a bit more condensed for the reader, and they can decide quickly if they want to click on them or not. Most of the time, when you have this, people won't read that, but they will look at the picture and the name, if they recognize the name of a company, or if that thing is interesting or good looking, they will potentially click on it. Right now, the click on the picture bring you to the project page. However, you don't have an hover effect on the thing. Whereas here, I have my pointer that change. Here it doesn't. So that's a bit weird. That threw me off. I was about to say if you click on the image, you can't click on the image, but you can. It's just weird. I said, yeah, this alignment is better compared to this. So maybe less. Me neither. Maybe less text. You swapped the description. Amazon subscribe is here and voice is there. That might be an issue on your side. I don't know. But you swapped it to description. Are these things going to the right project? Yes, they do. So yeah, description is not in the right space. One thing that I'm seeing from your description that I would absolutely tell you to remove is that section. You don't need it. So you kind of need to reformulate, rephrase these descriptions because it's redundant to have under.io. Under.io is like, maybe you can start a no-code software platform and you can remove that, meaning that here voice is my web app video thing. Maybe like to condense and condense and condense. That can help. Better. That's better. So yeah, maybe like a bit of rephrasing. I would say rephrasing the descriptions to avoid to repeat the same title, because right, that's it's not the end of the world. It's just it's not useful. So like if you think about this one, it's essentially you allows beginner to easily access the correct tools and information needed to help user meet their goal efficiently as possible. You forgot the word right there, but any yeah, that works. So right, I was in this one, so let's do that. Essentially, you allows beginner to easily access the correct tools and information needed to help them. Yeah, you don't need users here. To help them meet their goal. You know what? You may even information needed to help meet their goals efficiently as possible, potentially, but right, we want to rephrase, combine things. Is it really for beginners? Why not just use you, right? Allows you to usually access the correct tools and information to help you meet your needs or meet your goals efficiently. That way, use like condense, whatever. That can be a thing. That's like copy and writing. Yeah. Allows you to easily access the correct source information needed to achieve your goals as efficiently as possible. Yeah, I am a bitch for like condensed content because and that goes back to something that I say often. When you are trying to get hired, remember that a resume that you send to someone is in their hands, if it's physical, in their hand for 6 to 8 seconds. So it's basically, oh, that person sent me the resume. Okay, it's at the top of the pile. All right. You know what? In the yes pile, and then we move to the next one. That's it. That's how it works. In physical, in non-physical, if I load your website, that's what happened. I have loading. Okay, that's Andrew. Yes, that makes sense. That matches with the email. So they worked on that. Okay, cool. And then I decide if I go to the yes pile or no. That's the first run. And then the second run is maybe I will read thing, maybe. But I will go back and I will be like, right, you know what? Andrew, okay, so we have a project here. Let's look at the latest one. And then here, I mean, unless I have the skills, and which is the case 90% of the time, HR doesn't know shit about the job description. So all of that, there are pictures, and they use the words that we kind of like, so that seems like a good option. Let's keep them in the yes pile. That's it. And then when you have the technical person that comes in to review the project in the third potential interview, then they will read. But before that, the people who goes to your website they don't know shit. Anywho. Also, Maximilian, yes, it could be amazing if you scrap the information about the user with something not exactly legal but legal, right? Which is called cookies preferences, and using their name. that could be great. Anyways, all that to say, most HR will not read your content, and so the most concise you can be, the better. And that's why here, I like that. Mainly because, right, these are fucking big names, so people recognize the brands and they're like, holy shit, this guy is working with huge account. But anyways, even if I didn't know Facebook, I have characters, diversity, and style that brings for the app some commemorative dates. I don't really know what that means, but it's like a simple description of things. Meet you, like new digital influencer, whatever. Okay. And it seems to be like the name of the campaigns that they work for. And it's easy to like digest when I arrive here, whereas that 3 lines of text, basically in my head I'm like under.io, a no-code software. Okay, fine, good. Voice web app video conference platform. Okay, interesting. That's not what we do here, so I don't give a shit. Communication about recurring orders. That's interesting. That's similar to our product that we are hiring someone for. I will click on that thing, right? So I talked about that like 2 weeks ago, I think. The projects that you have on your portfolio should be catered to the company that you are trying to apply for, and if you could have like basically a portfolio catered to the company specifically in like a PDF format, that would be amazing. As in, I do that most of the time, which is I'm applying to a company and then they require like a portfolio, and I'm like, well, for you, which you are like a music-based company, I have worked for music apps before, so let me show you these things that are similar, and one project that is out there totally different, but could see like a technical interest or visual interest in what I did on that project, but the rest is basically web music apps or mobile music apps. And so that way, when the HR manager comes in, they're like, oh, so they worked for something that is similar to us, so that could be really interesting. Whereas if I'm applying for a music company, like let's say I'm applying for Spotify and I'm showcasing things for inventory tracking, they don't see the correlation between these two projects, so it's harder for them. So limiting the amount of text and limiting the amount of unnecessary content for some people is pretty cool, but might be difficult, whatever. You could have a catered homepage in a way. So like in the slug of your website, you could have like a slash music, a slash dashboard, a slash thing that redirect to a curated version of the amount of project that you have. And if you get rid of the slash, you have like 15 projects on the website. But that could be a thing. Like a reference slash whatever. I don't know. These are just ideas. Anyways, going back to the original question, which is what the fuck do I think about this website? I think it's good. I think most of it is good. I would limit some of the content, and there are some design choices that I'm like, I get it, but it might not work. And then the about section, as I said, might not be useful. If you can combine the homepage and the about section, that would be amazing. And the resume section, I clicked on it. I don't want to showcase it on stream because even though you shared your link in the chat anyways, but still, these are sensitive informations, all that. Rather than having like a button that says resume, I would say download my resume. right here, because that's basically what's happening. When I click on that, I'm going to a PDF. Whereas the rest, the other two, like I'm moving to another page. So about, there's another page on the thing, and then I click on that, and I'm like opening something new. So that's different. People know, right? People know that resume is opening another page, but it's, if you tell them, download my resume, sometimes it's better. I don't know. I would say that. I would say that. I said a lot of things. I'm sorry. Welcome back. Yeah. I just said a lot of things. Oh yeah, and one of the things that I wanted to say here is that you still have like a lot of height for projects. I think it's like similar overall, but for some reason these feel more breathable as a room, because there is less content, but also there is less width of that central column compared to here. But yeah, I mean, after all, you do what you want to do and how you want to do it, but you really have like a lot of content in the process section. I'm not against it. I just know that the people who comes to your website, unless they are a designer, the likelihood of them reading this, what would scrapbook overlay my photos and project photos. Can you give me an example? I have like a bit of a hard time visualizing what that would be. Like physical, like a Polaroid scrapbook picture, photo, and then inside of that you have the projects and the photos option, and you can click on them? Or am I making like a huge mistake? The thing on my headphones, that was weird. But you know, the thing that I was saying, right? Mainly, unless you're a designer, reading this is not exactly interesting to HR manager and other people that are trying to hire someone, because 80% of them don't understand what you're talking about right there. So I mean, they go through, and as I said, they see pretty pictures and things that they have seen before, like wireframes, flows, and then they say, okay, that's interesting, but that's it. They can't say more than that. And then you have this that I would have placed at the top. One of the example that I shared, I think I've been sharing this website every week. Stony, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How was sleep? You arrived close to the end? Not exactly. Right, if you haven't seen Marco's website, please go check Marco's website with headphones. It's great. Anywho, in their work section, they have a thing that I kind of love, which is, that's it. That's the project. And you have the description, which is extremely simple. You have the context, which is extremely simple. You have the tools that are used, the role that the person has had, the date in which that happened. There is a go to the Um, oh, case study, which I don't exactly know what that is, but then there's like a lot of tiny micro interaction thingy. Oh, that's the thing that I was talking about earlier. Uh, but but it's really limited in terms of what is displayed. And of course, I'm clicking on that big ass thing. This is one of the most huge thing that I have created. Right? It's really simple uh, in the beginning, and they don't need too much. And then sometimes they have like a bit of explanation, but it's not as much content. I mean, this one is huge. Um, you sent me a new player design again. Right? Like sometimes there is context and everything, but the thing that I was about to say, basically, because I got derailed with my head, the link to the website actual thing is at the top, and damn, that's fucking cool. And and it's not like at the bottom of the page to get access to something different. So on your side, right here, I would get like that current voice page at the top, and basically after the about. So about blah blah blah. Here's the current page, and then here is what I did. We're about to cross 5,800. Damn, that's a lot. But yeah, that's it. It's always placement and orders of things that makes or break some of the understanding for people. And so, right, sometimes. So something similar to this, I have to experiment. Yeah. Okay, so I mean, you can. This is a very opinionated design choice. It's cool. However, it really depends on what you want to like be perceived as. So if you have like a very Polaroid design on your UI design and UX design portfolio, there is, as I said earlier, there is like a good percentage of chances where the person who is entering the website is like, this is a photographer website. I think I clicked on the wrong link because I'm trying to hire like a UI designer. And they might just go away. But it's a choice. It can work. I don't know. But I get it. It could work really well for like yeah, I have one as well. I have like bitch, where you at? I have one streamer dog, streamer that I'm watching most of the time, and she had like a subathon, and I did like a 20 gift bomb, and I had like a Polaroid of her dog, and it's in my wallet. Yeah, for some reason I'm still here, Danny. I don't know. But yeah, anyways, what I'm saying is simple. I think this is a designer, a UI designer, UX designer website, and it's not as opinionated as something like other options, as you are saying. Omar, hi, welcome on in. So yeah, I think that works. Um, yeah, Estonia appeared very late today, as he said, lost track of time, which I mean, I get. Um, the some of the thing that I shared today, yeah, today, in the inspiration have so much shit happening in the background that, right? Don't be sorry. It's fine. Um, King Ultron, I guess you're sleeping, but welcome on in the Discord. Appreciate that. Um, that's cool, Stony. I mean, I like this. I like that. I don't like the sound, but I like this. I know you're obviously joking, but I think it's fun. I think it's. I mean, it works. It's a statement as well. Um, I don't know. I kind of like it. Who is you? I don't know you. My bad. But no, yeah, I think I like the idea. Um, I like that thing. It looks cool. Anywho, um, the Figma file thing could work. It's a bit of a weird situation always. Sharing like the prototype of a Figma file is tricky. We don't recommend it 100% of the time. We recommend the prototype availability in a website when the people can access it properly, but it's not the best. You thought to no, I know, just the prototype, but still, the thing is, just the prototype, sometimes some people don't understand how things work. That's the truth. I can't deny that, right? This great idea, can't deny that, but you arrive on that if you don't fucking know that you can click on the thing. First of all, it's really tiny. I would recommend you to get something that extend in terms of the height of that fucking frame rather than having this button. But they might not know how to click, what to click on. Maybe they see this and they don't know that they can click on that, so they will click on the fucking thing and then they think that works, but right. Yeah, I don't know. I like them bigger, so bigger things right there. Anyways, again, full screen is fine, right? But I'm sure you can have that width, of the phone, and then they could understand that they can click on shit and potentially do stuff. I don't know. I mean, even then, here it's a very simple prototype, which is good. Anyways, extending it could help. But yeah, you can have this. Just make sure that the file is protected, because right, I mean, I don't know you, but if I can do that and I can duplicate to my draft, I have access to the entirety of the thing that you just did. Right? It was 3 clicks. So your file is not protected enough. I have access to the way that you organize your file, wireframes, scratchpad, your thinking, which is great in my views. In my views, that is an amazing thing to share. Like, I think it's way more interesting to share, like, the scrappy thing that you have here, the way that you have all that defined, compared to these, like, wireframes and other things that you have selected specifically. But yeah, make sure that the files are, that I can only access the prototype and not the rest. There is an option to just share prototype, and you can also get rid of the sharing and duplicating option. For example, if you go into, do I have that somewhere? I think I do have that somewhere, but I also think I got rid of it. Like, if you go into any new UI kit design system type thingy, shared elements or buyable thing, like if I go into set product page, there, I don't know what Stony is doing in React Native, to be honest. Let's go into UI kit. Let's say, right, you want to, on that thing, get preview in Figma, and so here it will open the file for me. That's cool. But then, as you can see at the top, I do not have any options. I cannot right-click save. I cannot duplicate to my draft. That's not an option. So if you have the ability to do that, do that. Yeah, even here, right, if I select something and I do a Command C, it says only editors can do copy in this file. Whereas on your file right here, if I decide to take this and copy, it's copied to my clipboard and I can paste that somewhere else. So yeah, make sure that you lock your files in a way, unless you want to share them. If you want to share them, I think that's great. But yeah. Anyways, that was a side note from a security standpoint. But yeah, the Figma prototype in the case study project section is a good idea. It's great to be able to showcase what you have made, and yeah. And I think the options are only available if you have like a company option. A company like enterprise account, I think. and things like this. But other than that, yeah, I think your website is really clean, pretty good in terms of the amount of content that you have. I would like limit the thing, but that's because I do want to minimize the amount of most stuff as much as I can. Make sure that, I mean, if you arrive here, which right now is one of the most appreciated portfolio you have, right? All that, and their video, every time I fucking click on it, I forget. But yeah, there's like the description about themselves, projects, companies. The thing that I was talking about for Oli earlier with the highlighted option. I mean, this one is a 3D cards, but that's right. Whatever. And the entirety of the fucking website is great, but they don't have like a lot of content per se. Their about section, contact section, but whatever. Limiting the amount of content available on the page helps the users who arrive on the page for the first time to read most of it and understand who you are. That's basically it. And if you take the side that I have, which is 80% of the people who are here to hire you don't know shit about the job that you are about to do. So, like specifically if you are in bigger-ish companies, yeah, they don't know. The one that reviewed the first email that you sent, they don't know shit. So, the thing is, if the recruiters are asking you for more and more projects, there is two reasons, potential reasons. The first reason is the projects that are available on your website are not matching with what they are looking for, and so they have a hard time to project themselves into what you have done, and so they are like, I need more information, I need more stuff to make sure that I can like weigh their skills, because I can't match with it. Second option is what you have on your website is in their eyes trash, and they don't want to see that on their side. They want to see more. And the third option is they don't know what they want, and they hope that in other projects you have more content that could match with them. But what I do on my side, and I showcased my website, right? If you want a designer, you contact me on one of the socials. That's it. Like there is no contact me, email, whatever thing. It's just like you go on Twitch, you send me a DM if you can. You go on Dribble, you send me a DM. You go on Behance, you send me a DM. You go on Instagram, you send me a DM. I need to put TikTok in there as well now. You go on Twitter, you send me a DM. You go on LinkedIn, I block you, you send me a DM. Whatever. But that's it. If you want to get in contact with me, and if you want to know or see some of the project that I have, you contact me. When you contact me, I know that you're interested. That's the first thing. And I sent you like my regular deck of 4 projects and another side thing. And that's it. And if you ask me for more, I book an appointment. Like, we have a call, and I can showcase things that I can't send you. I can show them to you, but I can't send them to you. And that's it. And so basically that ensure that I have like a meeting interview with them rather than just sending and hoping for them to allow me in for a meeting. But yeah, I feel like Estonian only have like a good conversation. The third option is more common, yes. Danny, I agree. Not the MCA, NDA, but yeah. It's not a web dev chat, no. It could be, though. It could be. Yeah, no, it's the same thing. I agree. But I mean, nonetheless, it's just like a non-disclosure agreement, NDAs, whatever. And yeah, most of the thing that you have can be displayed if you don't share the name of the company. How to docs your file is in the file specific. So if you're here in the, if I remember correctly, if you are in that file, sorry, this just broke my head. In the share section, if I remember correctly, you have the ability to select things as here, allow viewers to copy, share, and export from this file. If you check that thing, no one can see things from there. So that's the first option. And then you also have can view prototypes, and it's like can view prototype only. And yeah, and so I guess if you want to have these, you need to be in an enterprise company thing, which if you are single designer, you probably don't have. But yeah, you need teams, options, whatever. I have two teams. I have my company team and my personal team. So I'm paying for my personal and company is paying for the company. That makes sense. But that's basically how you like secure your files. At Ting You, that's weird, Sony. That's a weird. Yeah, you just have to pay. But if you are, I think, if you are in the education program, which is free for you, I mean, if you are a student, it's kind of free for you. You get the same features, I think. You can check with them. You can check with them if you can like apply for an education. Oh, you are in the education one, and you don't have that. You should have that. So maybe you need to upgrade. The other option, which is less good but still good, rather than having the entirety of this. Aaron, hi, welcome on in. How are you? I did that once. We did that multiple times, about 2 years ago. It was fun. It was really fun, and it was interesting. I will talk about that in a second. Making a copy of it, and specifically for the prototype, and making sure that all the components are like unlinked from the main library type of thing. That could help a lot. But yeah, you can just do a duplicate and clean up the research pages from there. That kind of makes sense. Mighty Housing, thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? I want to know. Aaron, we did at some point, and that was a long time ago. But what we did was chat decided topic, colors, aspect ratio, and so it was like a polls. So basically, we had four suggestions that went into a poll, and then chat decide which one could be the most interesting. Then colors, people shared X codes, so I didn't know what they looked like. And then same thing, a poll on the side, and I had to choose either 2 or 1 depending on how close they were. And then aspect ratio, so either desktop or mobile, and then we created something from it. I don't know if I still have the fucking file. I think I don't. I think I don't have the files. But yeah, it was a thing that we did at some point. I don't know if I will do that again. Just because yeah, if it's in your draft, it's not available, but if you move it to a team, then it works. I mean, we still have like a lot of followers to go. 550 to be exact. So that's a lot, but yeah. Yeah, that's also a thing. So we did that. We did like a designer project on the stream with followers. That's pretty cool. It's a good idea overall. It's just, I think now it would be more interesting because we have more people in the chat compared to 2 years ago. That was like, I had like maybe 500 followers max, and regularly viewers were like around 10, which is basically what we have now. But right, whatever. But it can come back. I do like I did like the challenge type thing of getting to create something that I didn't think about before. The thing is, let me take the ego in a bit. I did so much shit in my years that now, if you give me like an example of something that I need to do, there's a 90% chance that I already did something on that at some point. Like give me an app ID, I probably built one at some point in the last 16 years of design work. But we can do that again if that's needed. But yeah, it's a good idea. Oh, we worked on a VR thing in 2014. At my agency, we were working in OpenGL because that was the tech at the time, and we did like a VR thing to get you ready to go ski. And basically you put it at the time it was working with the Google Glasses cardboard thing, if you remember that, like you're old enough. So basically you had like a cardboard thing that you fold, and then you put your phone in that and you get a fake VR element. So it's like a website that you just place in that, and yeah, it was basically getting in to how can I say that? Get like a a fake live view of the ski path that this resort had, or had, still have. And yeah, we did that. We did that 2013, 2014, something like that. So yeah, we did VR. In Web3, we have worked on an NFT platform multiple times in here. Basically, last, like 2020, we did a lot of NFT landing page. That happened. I can't do Volume Design League because, I mean, even though it would be fun, but I don't know. I have like so much of my like workflow that needs to be, or that is tied to the tools that I have and the resources that I have, that really being limited to basically nothing, it's making everything way harder in the time frame of 30 minutes, if I remember correctly. So yeah, I don't know if we could do that, Danny. Mobile is good. I use Pattern most of the time as well. Pattern gives you more wider thing sometimes, but also it's less updated. Mobile is just paid, and I don't like that. I don't like that it's paid software. Most times, if you want to access everything, like, you need, I don't know. But yeah, it's a good resource based. But there is like a lot of websites that do the same thing. So yeah, but the screens, if you just have the screens, then that's not like, you get the screenshots, but then you need a fucking account to get like other things. And I don't know. And in the flow, you have the base of the flow, but then please pay. So I don't know. It's, and I think Patterns is now also, yeah, they moved to a payment method as well, but they used to be free, and you used to have all the things in there, and now it's like fucking expensive. Page flows, yes. Yes. I mean, there are a lot of options like these now. There is one that I do like with UI for games. I think that's interesting. Games UI, HUDs and all that. But that's basically what I do. So what they are doing is like they are creating the entire flow by recording their screen when they have like a new thing. And what I do when I have like a new app or website that I'm trying, I do that. So this was the onboarding for Arc for the first time that I started it, and I was like, damn, this needs to be recorded. And it's kind of trash. It needs to be edited a bit because, right, there are some information that needs to be hidden here and there. But the main thing with mobile patterns and whatever is you have access to any of these apps for free already, unless it's a paid app. But most of these apps are free, and so you can do the same thing that they are doing on your own. I agree, it takes time, but yeah. And yeah, that's exactly the one that I'm talking about. This one I paid for, I paid for it. I tipped the guy behind it because it's fucking amazing. the amount of content that just screenshotted. But yeah, I love that. I don't know. It's it's just good. I think it's great to if you are a game dev or if you are not a game dev, I would say that for mostly newer designers that are not designing games, go into these and explore how things are working, because the creativity of making sure that everything fits on the screen and the information is still understandable easily. I just top tier space management. And yeah, sometimes I just study like a game design UI because it just makes so much more sense. It's not something that you will see on a website, but it just works. If you had this on a website, let's say you needed to select something from this wheel of 6, you will have like option 1, option 2, option 3, option 5, like 6 fucking rows. And that's it. And then on hover of each thing, you have the options on the rounds related to it. And it's good, it works on the desktop, but it doesn't work on that type of thing. Whereas that is a fun UI. I don't know. I mean, DBD is just not the best UI. For me, like, it has like a bit of a UI issues, but the menus are cool, and I think that's some of the things that you can do in games that you don't allow yourself to do, which are like these masking things. I don't like this style that they chose in some situations. It's, I don't know. It's more of a personal, I would say it's more of a personal thing. But I think we talked about Valorant website design with Nikki a year and a half ago, something like this. And it's really interesting how we deep dived into the game itself to find like details, small details here and there to say, well, like for example here, the banners have these really interesting thing. So we added similar-ish corners with these designs in the buttons themselves as ornaments, and that was really cool. And that's not happening right now on the current website of Valorant, but yeah, it's pretty cool to like research games. This game UI design is just on another level of creativity, and yeah, I do recommend it. And specifically if you have like games that are made for all ages, they need to work for someone who just started to use games. And that's going back to some of the discussion that we had before of the people that we call the next billion in UI design, which is next billion of users that will arrive on the internet soon. So that's people who just have access to internet for the first time in their life, and all the newborns that arrive on the internet for the first time in their life, but not because they are in a location that doesn't have internet reception. Weird to say that, but basically we need to make sure that the UI that we create, the website that we have, is understandable for someone who doesn't know shit. And games like Is it Animal Party? I forgot, but like Fall Guys or other things like these needs to be as explicit as they can in terms of, well, this button does that, and if you click here, you will go there, or there is something interesting around here, but we don't want to say exactly what it is, so we need to attract your eyes around that area of the page. And that, I don't know, it's really interesting. Yeah. Yep, 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 yep. And that makes 100% like sense. The fact that it's a fucking PSD file. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. You're working with pixels, and you cannot. I mean, you could, but like creating the responsiveness of these. In Figma is just at my level is fine. At my level is fine. I can get it done, but bitch, that will take time. Like, there's a lot of overlap, there is a lot of things that won't exactly work as expected. There are some behavior that we need to think about in terms of like just thinking about that fucking button right here, which this is kind of easy to get. However, if you go into tens, right, it needs to be wider, otherwise it doesn't work. And so if you make it just wider, it will break. So you need to make sure that it works in a very specific type of way, and that takes a bit of practice to understand, but there is like a lot of patterns and texture and things. But like Fall Guy is a very easy flat game to recreate. Going back to what you shared earlier of I mean, whichever, even Dishonored is the same shit. Creating this section in Figma is just, I mean, you can, but it's bullshit. Like, you will waste your time to make sure that these are textured properly and working, and you make them inside of, I don't know, Procreate, for example, and then you need to import them and have the thing working, whereas you could do everything in Procreate, and that would be amazing. So these texture right here, right, you can see that this and this is the exact same block. I mean, we have Procreate imports in terms of layers, which is great, but having that as an ID, right, this thing, as I say that, I remind you, right, we did that with Figma Atelier, so this is made in Figma. It's an option. We have particles, we have effect, we have animation, we have stuff. It works, and that has been made in Figma, right? And you have some movement and some clicks and some stuff and whatever. It's Figma made, but it's annoying. It took a lot of time. And the other one that Figma Atelier has done, and right, other thing that we have made, or that he has made, way different. it is available, it is feasible. Like this one is an entirely made in Figma animation, illustration, really cool thing. But yeah, simple, very simple, and it's cool. But it's complicated to achieve. So we could recreate this inside of Figma, um, but it's just, I think it's a waste of time. I think it's a waste of time, specifically now, and that's something that I did in 2015, going back to the UI in VR or AR at the time. When we were working on that ski resort website, I was testing out the early stage of VR headset that you can have on your PC. And what we did at that time was using is it Artbook? It's not Artbook. Sketch something. I forgot the fucking name again. But there was an app that gave you the ability to draw in 3D. And what we decided to do was each designer of the company, Sketchbook. You think it's Sketchbook? I don't know if it's Sketchbook. I'm unsure, but maybe it is. That's the name that I had in mind, so maybe it is. But each designer of the agency took the headset for 1 hour on that day. Not SketchUp. SketchUp is the 3D on desktop, and now from Google, but now not. Whatever. Maybe it's Sketchbook. I don't remember. But yeah, each designer, so there's the 5 designers that we were, took 1 hour on that day to put the headset on, get used to it, and design the placement of everything in VR. They had 1 hour to do that type of just experience with the nunchuck, whatever. Making sure that the things are at arm length, that they can be touched, that you have your radius of things around you in the headset, and we did that, and that was really fun to have this textures, so similar to what I just shared on the Dishonored animation. Creating these directly into a VR headset was really interesting to get the texture and the UIs. That was great. So yeah, right now I would recommend anyone that is creating like a 3D game to create the UI inside of a 3D interface. And then there are things that are like flat. So as an example, this is a flat UI, so anything that is here, for me, this is a Procreate based thing. Like, you do that in Procreate. But that's it. Maddie, hi, welcome on in. How are you? Still the same. Yeah, it's basically an overlay. And if you look at things, that's cool. If you look at the thing that we were in earlier with this one, yes, this one. Look at how the thing is rotating. It's basically flat layers, like really flat layers that are rotating at different paces in a 3D environment. But that's it. Like the entirety of the table right here is one singular layer. And so in Z index, it's in the same position. But yeah. Aaron, to combat that, I gave this ID. I'm tired. I'm thinking about ending stream in like the next 20 minutes, right, Stony? Because that way we end up at 4:20 as always. But yeah, I'm looking for the 4:20 mark today. I'm tired. I am excited for tomorrow. You'll see about that in 2 days. But yeah. But Aaron, the thing that I was about to say is, if you can, that's not necessary, but if you have a bit of an issue with the empty screen, get yourself a sketchbook or like a teeny tiny thing like this, Moleskine, whatever, and wireframe. I don't even know if I have. Yeah, wireframe things like this. I don't even know if that's visible for you, but yeah, it is. When you don't have any fucking IDs, and this is just layouts for the page that I was working on. Specifically, this was a stream overlay. What? What cat recommended? Lemon Dirted Notebook are like lemon, sorry, are cheaper than Moleskines. Anyways, the goal is to get your habit of finding out like a layout easily on paper, and so using this rectangle makes it way easier sometimes. And that way, when you are trying to put things into Figma or Sketch or whatever, you end up with basically already content, so you are never in a white empty screen, empty frames thing, right? That makes sense to me. It's an easy way to just have content whatsoever, and even though it might not be the exact right layout for the thing that you are trying to create, you still have something to do. And the momentum of starting something, once you have the content that you need to have on the page, you can duplicate the thing that you just did, move things around to have like a better layout, duplicate it, move things around to have a better layout, all that. So I would recommend that as an option to stop being blocked. But yeah, I give that recommendation often. Maddie, I needed you to be here to take a look at your lower third for a second before we move on to the next raid. If you're fine with that, if you're here, or no. It depends on you. You decide. So, Maddie's working on a specific thing, which is that section of giving context on the topic of the day on the Data Cafe. And yeah, it is currently trash. So we have options. I have IDs. I had IDs when we talked about it a bit, but it's currently, I think it took you about a day and a half. No, I'm guessing like 20 minutes. maybe less. 2 minutes. Okay, yeah, fine. That seems like a good idea. So, and also, Aaron, that's also an option to get really quickly layout options. If you have like a reference, just place your picture screenshot in the background, you lock it at like 40% opacity, and you make sure that the frame itself has like a white feel, and you're good to go. Like you have your base. So here what I want to have is, I know that we will have a picture of Maddie right here, which seems to be 460 something for some reason. I don't know why. And then we have content right there. So capture is here, capture is blue. So cyan here. I know that the camera can go anywhere, but just for now, I'm using the same layout that you have. And then here you have your lower third that is currently not good, but that is supposed to be white right here. So lower, that's capture. I also name stuff for some reason. And cam. So your lower third section, right, could, and I had this as a potential ID, could be different. Let me just add a bit of a gray here, so we have like a good base. This could bump up to here potentially. Oh no, I do remember, but they are basically here right nowadays, I think. If your screen is here, I mean, yeah, if your screen is here, I would potentially just do that, because I think it's an easier way to place things. If you wanted to have that thing mounted, you can. Yeah, let me do that. So that was the first ID basically. Shit. Getting something like this, so cropping a PNG, and getting that effect. That was the first idea that I had. Just easy fix. You can just do that. Get like a bit of a radius thingy at, I don't know, whatever, 8 or 16, right here. Yeah, I mean, it's a very simple thing to do, and it will work most of the times. So, kind of good. You can round the entire thing if you wanted to, but I don't recommend that. So that's potential option one. Let me just put like a black background so that it highlights itself. The distance in between the two right now is 21. Let me just basically do something that makes it look like it's similar, potentially. You could have this as well, but that's weird. Add something close, whatever. The secondary option that I had in mind was potentially to do something like these. And I wanted to create like a speech bubble that came out of your camera, potentially. that said, well, I'm saying this. And the idea was inspired by Joey's stream, had a lot of things like this. So that could work. It could be at the top, it could be at the bottom, depends on how you want your message box to be. But that's an idea. And then keeping the same behavior again. I'm working on Maddie overlay. So Maddie has an overlay. He has like a section at the bottom that needs to be redesigned, and I need to do that in the next 5 minutes because I need to find someone to rate in the next after 5 minutes if we want to end at 4:20. So it's a rush time. Working on stream overlay type of thing. Yeah, okay. If Sam is still live, absolutely, yes. Haven't rated into their side of things in a long ass time. So if we keep that same placement and keep this at the bottom like you did it, let's do that right here. You can keep that. I think it would be much better to get a straight flat thing. But that's option one. The thing that I wanted to think about here was that option. I don't know how you cycle through your background, but whatever. Let me find Candy. Candy is a good base for backgrounds if you know that you will have a lot of colors in your background. So I do like to use Candy as a reference. So what I would do here is a 60% opacity there, and with Stream Effects, if you have access to it, getting that with a layer background blur underneath. Basically the same thing that I did in the lower section of my stream that you can't really see right now. Let me just refresh all the thing. They should disappear. If I get rid of the alerts, I guess, yes, you can see at the bottom my logo is like blurred underneath where the chat is happening. So you could do the same thing. It's really more visible in the light mode than in the dark mode, but whatever. So doing something like this could work in a way to just blur the things a bit, and you can have like more or less padding, spacing, whatever, but yeah, because your background is dynamic, and is it a browser source? If it's a browser source, then you're fine. If it's not a browser source, then it might be annoying. But you could do that, right? With a bit of a blur thingy, if you wanted to. But yeah, that's basically it. So if it's a browser source, yeah, you can just apply the filter on top of the browser source as a mask, and then you get that band, like I have here, like having in each fucking scene. Yeah, it's cool. If you have Stream Effects. If you don't have Stream Effects, then when you say vertical, what do you mean? Because as in vertically placed, but the text is still read, or higher than what? Yeah, you could go with the bubble potential if you wanted to go vertical. If you wanted to place, I mean, it depends as always, but you can go there. You can go with that potentially, like if you do this and that, right? Potentially you could have a thing like this, so that means that every time that you have an alert, it will be covered by the alerts. You could do the same thing here. It depends. If you want to cycle through, the visibility of it, which is an option, that can work. But yeah, I'm seeing the time. I'm seeing the time. Vertical might be a bit more complicated to get, like, perfect most times. Oh, Purple is live as well. But Sam is live. Bitch is playing games. Finite was live earlier, but I guess he's like now dead. Griffin is live. Who do I have here? Oh, it's focus time. Yeah. Sorry, that was so weird. I heard her speak through, but it can't be because, right, it's muted. I don't know. I just read her lips and it worked. Whatever. Shit happened. It just felt so weird. I don't know how. So, raid takes 1 minute and 30 seconds-ish, so let's wait a bit. But yeah, that would be my recommendation for you, Maddie, for the placement, and then, as always, like looking at lower third. I did Yuka like at the beginning of the week, last week. So, I mean, it's been a while, but she has like a lot of people in there as well. The news show are like super boring, but also, right? I mean, kind of good. Yes, I guess 1 minute of things. So yeah, we're rating Slam. It's been a while. I think we rated them when I was in Japan because, right, morning, all that. Anywho, if you are a sub, which I don't require subs, but right, shit happens. This is the raid message for subs. If you are not a sub, this is a raid message for non-subs. So copy that for the raid, that would be highly appreciated. But if you're here and you enjoy the stream, I would like you to follow me for the raids. That would be great. But also follow me on the channel. That much better. You can sub if you want to. That's not necessary, but if you want to, it's appreciated. What else? If you sub, you get access to these. These are cute. We love these. Join the Discord if you want to. If you don't want to, I get it. Follow me on socials. Same thing if you want to. I mean, I'm not your dad, not now. And yeah, I should be back on Thursday. There will be no stream on Friday, but yeah, that's basically it. So yeah, I can't say more. So I guess we have like the next 10 seconds to say that. So enjoy the rest of your night, evening, eat something, drink something, and I'll see you on Thursday with some news. Take care. Bye.